Okay. It was the video encoder, not the audio encoder, apparently. Oh god, 15 fucking minutes, and it's just now starting. That is so cool. Okay, fuck. I just have to make sure the audio is all good. God. I apologize. I apologize for a lot of things. Yeah, let me actually check that the audio levels are good and make sure that nothing's going wrong here. Okay, the audio sounds alright on my end. Also, can you hear this? I don't know if you can hear the desktop audio. Any plans for a video about the Machina? Actually, that's what I'm working on right now. You can hear it. That's... Oh, I don't mean me talking. I meant like my stream playing in the background, like me watching my own stream. But like I couldn't hear it when I was listening to it, so I think that's good. So... Okay. So that means, hopefully, if everything's going right, I won't be capturing just like any old desktop audio when I stream. It'll just be from TF2. Or from whatever game I happen to be streaming at that particular time. Is all going well? Not really, but I would like to just sort of ease myself back into normalcy, if at all possible. Whole fake it till you make it thing. If I just fake that I'm happy, then eventually I will be happy. It hasn't worked for me, but maybe it will soon. I wouldn't call this break from streaming a vacation. Just, ugh. Just not a great situation that I've been in. I got a bunch of keys recently because I figured out that the secret strategy to getting a fuckload of keys is to trade up. Trade up Winter 2020 Mercenaries. And that way, there's like a 30% chance you'll get Frozen Aurora. And if it's that, you're fucking in. I got like 30 fucking keys from a minimal wear Frozen Aurora. Love the Fan of War video. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was honestly not all that huge on the Fan of War video because it's just like, god damn, the editing is so just anemic in this video. I have like nothing going up on screen. It's after the intro and like the stats breakdown, it is just pure gameplay. And it's like, I guess in that aspect, it's almost very much so like a classic episode of Bad Weapon Academy, but also it's just like, I don't know, I feel like there's room for something there. In any case, I have played against JPEG, yes. He is a psychopath. Nothing. Didn't need to be flashy. Like, that's kind of what I was thinking while I was editing it, but it's just like, nothing again. The same nothing. I was also thinking, like, maybe if my script were a bit more snappy, then I'd have more opportunities to throw in some jokes or something. Hey, you know what? That's pretty good. Is that field tested? I think it's field tested. It might be minimalware. Minimalware, actually. That's, you know what? That's pretty good. I will take that. Because I know that there are some things in particular that this war paint just looked really good on. You like, you know what? That's a good winger. I like that winger. I do wish that the wing was black. Oh, we got a trade offer from Spy Chungus. Oh my god. Oh, oh. I'm not edging. I'm shuddering. Isn't he like a big guy? Um, I mean, it would probably kill me. If it did kill me, I'd do it for free. If it like horribly maimed me, then at least a couple thousand. I wonder what's on the sign. Oh, it's the horror. Good, good. You know what? I will keep these in my inventory. I'm gonna keep them. Welcome back. Bit of a disconcerting title. Hope you're doing okay. I'm doing as well as I can given the circumstances. Why so many nerd scouts? That is my least favorite cosmetic in the entire game. Also, Spy Chungus, I'm very sorry I had to make you wait a month to make that joke. I'm very sorry. I needed time. Yeah, I will be like that one crazy motherfucker who's just buying up vaccinators so much to the degree that the vaccinator is like the most expensive of just the regular weapons in the game. What is how much is a vaccinator? A vaccinator is like worth a reclaimed, I think, right? Maybe a ref? Yeah, around a reclaimed. Which for a craft weapon is like that's insane. Took a break due to chai brain. God, I wish. I wish that was the only thing wrong with me. Um, yeah, honestly, that minimal wear, fucking steel brush, I could put that on something or other. Uh, amputator. You know what? That looks real good on the amputator. That'd be dumb because I never use this weapon, but it's an option. Not as good in the Bazaar bargain. I'll think about something. I did just get my brass beast like last time I streamed. That being said, ooh, just footage. I might do some testing because I got some Machina footage earlier today, actually. Quite a few bot servers, unfortunately, which made me sad. But yeah, like the reason I haven't been streaming just at all lately, ooh, it's not a bad jag. Is just I don't know how much I even want to get into it actually. Like you might have seen the community post and it's like just hey, family drama and that's probably enough for some of you. Yeah, it's still really good on the revolver. I think I still prefer Secretly Serviced, or I certainly would if it had like the albedo tinting that it's supposed to have. Yeah. Basically I've just been in a situation lately where I have just had no motivation to stream. I've had no motivation. I've also been really busy working on all the different videos, which I'm very glad people liked. I'm glad people enjoyed the Fallout New Vegas as the spy one enough to like it actually got okay views, like better than some fish bites, which is more than I was expecting. Oh yeah, the source of the stress is still here, but hopefully not for much longer. Um yeah, I'm just trying to ease myself back into a bit of normalcy. And what better way to do that than by playing a bit of Sniper on stream with my wonderful chat who I've missed so much. Like when I was doing the fucking the just the credits. Right, just the fucking credits for the Fan of War Bad Weapon Academy. I almost broke down into tears because it's just like, God damn it. I haven't been streaming for these fucking members for like weeks now, and I feel like such a shitbag. Like that's kind of the mental anguish I've been going through. Want to try some DLC stuff for the New Vegas video? Mostly because it just felt kind of unnecessary for the spy. Like, I feel like I wouldn't have had much to say about going through something like Honest Hearts or... I consider Dead Money, actually. I did consider Dead Money. Just because I feel like going through some kind of big heist is very spy-ish. But yeah, Heavy and Pyro were, I think, two of the most suggested, and I do have, I think, at least Heavy to a certain degree, like, planned out, at least a little bit. That would have been a fun way to start out the stream. Oh yeah, and there's also, Lonesome Road with the Bowie knife and the blood nap. Like, I had some people say, like, oh, hey, the Bowie knife should have been like allowed. It's like it wasn't not allowed. It's just I didn't feel like going through all of Lonesome Road or even just part of Lonesome Road just so I could get a knife that's like marginally better than Chance's knife, which I get like right at the start of the game. Damn. Okay, and the stream is recording. I have to check these things. Lonesome Road is an interesting one to go through because like you have Eddie with you pretty much at all times. I'm just like I want to use companions when it is in character. Like for Engineer, Cunny Lover, yeah. Let's let's get that guy out of here. Um I want to use companions when it's like relevant to the character. Like Engineer is going to have Eddie as his sentry basically. And I'm gonna do a thing where it's like, oh, I have to upgrade my sentry to level 3. So it's like just Eddie at base is level 1, and then Eddie with once you complete his quest and upgrade him with either the Brotherhood or the Followers, that's level 2. And then Eddie, once you get all of the Lonesome Road upgrades, that's level 3. So I'm gonna be going through all of Lonesome Road as Engineer. Oh geez. Oh double G's. Why am I using the Machina? Because I'm making a video on it. Bat Saber kill. Alright. Oh, strange Bat Saber kill. And yeah, that's like one way I'll differentiate the Engineer from Scout, aside from obviously like the special stat spread. Oh jeez. Like Engineer is obviously going to be geared a lot more towards intelligence and things like science, whereas Scout will be like pretty much just pure glass cannon, guns, and melee focus. This guy's using the pain train. Oh, hi. Oh, hi there, Mr. Sniper. You're dead now. What would Pyro build, though? Pyro... The special stats build for Pyro is one I've been considering a lot. Honestly, like, even Heavy I have thought a little bit about, because it's just like... Heavy is one of those characters who I think would be good in pretty much almost any regard, except maybe luck. Because Heavy has obviously great strength. Also, I got a trade offer. Let me check that real quick. Great strength, the best endurance. Oh, there's Steam gems. And also gems from Battle Block Theater. Okay. But yeah, like special stat spread is like one of the main things that like I want to get that right just right away, right? I feel like with Spy I did a pretty decent job. Yeah, I guess Heavy's agility would have to be bad. That's like the main thing, which kind of sucks because like obviously he's a guns character. But I mean like that is the main thing. But I feel like with special stats the way that Heavy has, I feel like I'd have to do something really kind of interesting for the just for the challenge factor. And so I was thinking that if I do a Heavy build, I won't be able to like heal with stim packs. I'll be able to heal the way Heavy heals, and that's only with food. And I think that would make the challenge a lot more interesting. Like, if my special stats are going to be so good, because, like, with some characters, I think the challenge will be in just, like, getting my weapons in a reasonable amount of time. Like, Soldier, I think, might end up being kind of a pain in the ass, just because, like, my options for getting an early game grenade launcher, or rocket launcher even, are, like, going straight to Black Mountain and getting Annabelle, or going in, like, straight into Lonesome Road and getting Red Glare. Those are my options, and neither of those are great. Damn. Yeah, like I have shotguns and I have like the early game shovel that is guaranteed to be um I know that you can find one at like the Good Springs well, and then Chet also pretty much always sells one, as far as I'm aware. So like at the very least I will have a melee weapon. Oh man, what an air shot. God damn. Oh, you know what? Heavy was in Poker Night. Fuck, that means he's got good luck too. Not that it's any helpful for like the heavy build, unless like you're just going purely by the his unarmed and I guess shotguns. Because on the minigun, that shit's worthless. Like all the rapid fire weapons have just like garbage crit rates. Oh, and the mole rat jump scared me. That was good. Yeah, I'm honestly wondering if I will even like use the minigun all that much compared to unarmed once I actually do a heavy run. But like that's a while down the line. I think if anything, my next run probably will be pyro. Because I feel like pyro has a decent amount of weapon variety that would make the playthrough pretty interesting. And also with the gimmick of wanting to do as many Wild Wasteland events as possible. Then like that would take me to a lot of interesting places. A medic-like companion for the heavy. Well, that would be arcade. And like that could work. But when I do the medic playthrough, I'm definitely going to have that be like as companion-y as possible. Like one thing I'm considering is like I'm allowed to have companions, but only if they're like directly analogous to something that exists in TF2. Like Boone. Boone is obviously the sniper. Yeah, like okay, I've been updating my it was the demo man that killed me, of course. I've been updating my little notepad document with all the different weapons that I'm allowed to use on all the different classes. I have many notepad documents now, 8 of which are just notes of rage I took at the new Avatar show because I hated it. So yeah, all the flamers and incinerators, obviously, like the regular flamer, the incinerator, the heavy incinerator. I think there's a heavy flamer too, and then there's like the cleansing flame. And then I can use the single shotgun, the hunting shotguns, riot shotgun, and flare gun. Because I'm pretty sure those are. Oh wait, no, forgot one. And if I'm going to be playing with Wild Wasteland, that's very relevant. The fucking alien blaster. The alien blaster totally counts for pyro because of the man melter. It canonically comes from space. And yeah, the shish kebab I was kind of thinking of because like for one, it's a weapon affected by the pyromaniac perk, but at the same time, it's like it's not quite the sharpened volcano fragment. Like the look of the weapon matters more than the function, right? Could use Alien Blaster for Soldier and NG2. Now, with those, I'm going for, like, plasma weapons. Because I feel like those fit the vibe of the Righteous Bison better. Damn it. The Righteous Bison and the Thompson, rather. Like, Engineer's gonna get the plasma rifle, and then, the Soldier's gonna get the plasma pistol. Also, this is just a complete fucking stomp, and I hate everything about this. Yeah, it could be considered an amalgamation, but it's like Pyro has enough weapons that I feel like I don't need to stretch it, like the same way I felt like I didn't need to stretch Spy to have like the 22 silenced pistol. Always a second Spy. Tesla cannon, yes. Tesla cannon for Soldier is a yes. Because that's the Count Mangler. The 22 pistols basically like the cut trank gun. Again, I feel like there's enough revolvers in the game that I don't need to stretch it. So it's like, oh hey, we have the cut, like the cut weapons. I might need to do that with Demo Man. In fact, I'm pretty sure I will do that with Demo Man because it's just like he's got the dynamite that was cut from the game and replaced with sticky bombs, and there's nothing really like sticky bombs in the actual in New Vegas. Yeah, I'll give Demo a Glock. Yeah, the idea with the Wild Wasteland is just like it's New Vegas' equivalent to Pyroland, I guess. Also, I didn't mean to go Pyro. C4. See, like there's things like the frag mines, right? Which is just like that's kind of like a sticky trap. And then C4 is like yeah, that is kind of like a similar boat. But it's not exactly the same, so I might fudge it a little bit with Demo Man just for the sake of Jesus Christ. Just for the sake of having a bit more variety than just the grenade rifles and grenade launcher. Yeah, we're backing the fuck up. Run. I wonder how good the Machina will be on this map, because it does seem a bit choky. Yeah, there is the Katana, and like, the Katana and the 9-iron I'll definitely be making my use out of. Also, that's super cool. Wow, another roll, thanks. Demo Knight be good for a run? Nah, that would pretty much just be 9-iron and Katana the whole way through, because those are like, I mean, I guess there's like the bumper sword and the Blade of the East and the Blade of the West, but Blade of the East you get like right at the end of the game, so that doesn't really count for anything. No axes. I think we kind of went back and forth on the proton axe because that's like the most battle axey of the axes. There is the nail board, which is kind of like the pain train, but that's also kind of garbage. So yeah, drink at least one of every liquid. For Demo Man, my idea was I have to be under the effects of alcohol like the entire time, more or less. Like I'll have a timer going, and if I'm not drunk for like 2 minutes straight, then I'll just die. Maybe less than that. Because like fast travel, I could just fast travel to Freeside or something, and I don't know, go to the Atomic Wrangler or the Mojave Outpost. No, not in real life. I'm trying not to become either of my parents. Is going to the Machete Gladius be the Persian Persuader? That's more of a sniper kukri thing. Sniper gets the machetes. Complete roll? Yep, they're not even on the scoreboard. Fun game. I'm glad you guys like the queue just as much as I do. I fucking love scout mains, by the way. They're so cool. Do you see how fast they won the game? They're so cool. Fucking blow me. Yeah, medic I think will be the most difficult. Am I okay? Eh. I'm doing the best I can. Woohoo! Yeah, New Vegas has a bone saw, but it's not even a weapon. I'm considering something like the Ripper being like a viable melee weapon because it's like the closest thing there is to a bone saw, but that's stretching it. I'm not really sure how I feel about that one. Like, I know I'll be using the nail gun because that is like, for all intents and purposes, the syringe gun is the nail gun from like Quake and TF Classic and stuff. What, did it turn into a fucking spawn camp fest the instant I joined the server? Yeah, get fucked. Why don't you learn what a defensive line is? Go on, Med. Go on, walk right. See what happens. Walk to the right. I invite you. Like, I don't want to stretch things too far just for the sake of being able to do a run, but like, I feel like with Medic I don't have much choice just because he is so limited. Like, there is just not much like what the Medic has in the game, and for most of the game I will be relying on my companions for combat. Oh, who let the doctor in? Looks like a fire hose to approximate a medigun. Not that I'm aware of. Damn. Yeah, I know that like Fallout 3 has the dart gun, Fallout 4 has the syringer. So like maybe Medic would be better served in those games just by having something that's a bit more accurate to his kit. I'll probably do the other games at some point. Like I would say it all depends on just how well this series ends up doing. Like my hope is that within the next few days the views will pick up like the Bozar video did. Like YouTube will actually start recommending it to New Vegas fans and not just people who watch my videos. Damn it. I don't know why I did that. I'm trying, man. A giant needle weapon? Not that I don't think... Like, I feel like I've checked this a lot, right? See, I don't want to have to resort to modded weapons, right? Not if I can help it anyway. Here comes the other scout, who just runs at our spawn and no one can stop him. Because why do we even bother? Why do I even bother? Find another one. It just, like, I'm fucking convinced that server turned to shit literally the instant I joined it, because just, like, we got to last, kind of. We got to the last cap point anyway, but it's just, like, as far as pushing out a spawn goes, no, that's just not a possibility. Saxton Hale could be good. Potentially. I was also thinking, like, just if I want to expand this beyond TF2, that was just dumb of me, I guess. If I wanted to expand this beyond TF2, I was thinking, like, Guts Berserk Man would be a fun run. I have, like, the giant impractical swords. I have, like, a Blade of the West or a Bumper Sword. I have the throwing knives. Grenade rifles to approximate. Wow, I would love a match that lasts more than 2 fucking seconds. Like, please, just give me one. Just give me fucking one. Oh, you know what there is, though? You know what there is? There's Old Glory. There is literally just the fucking Freedom Staff. And the Freedom Staff is all class. So I can use that shit. Doom Eternal challenge videos. I also considered that would be a interesting way to get back into Doom Eternal. Like, wow, is this just another fucking game where we just blitz through them and there's just no game? There's just no fucking game. Because we like the queue more than the fucking game. Yep. I wonder if that's a fucking brainless scout on the boy who doesn't give two shits about anything but just winning the game. The screen that shows we won, that's all that matters. That's all that fucking matters. Who gives a shit about anything else? We win. You could use any machete for the printing machete. See, I thought about that. But it's like... I mean, like, if you want to be technical about it, the printing machete looks a lot more like the combat knife than any of the machetes. Don't actually get to fight anyone, don't actually get to do anything. We just get to blitz through and win the fucking game. I don't know what your deal is. Sure, whatever, kick it. I don't fucking care. I think they kicked the wrong thing. Oh, boy. Fuck it. Harvest it is. God damn it. I hate Harvest. What do I hate more, Harvest or bots? I guess I hate bots. The gloves from Old World Blues is the hot hand? Yes. Those count. Those absolutely count. Got the mini sentry. Like your landlord demanding rent, I'm back. I was actually kind of concerned that I wouldn't be able to make rent. Because, like, I've been waiting on the fucking opera sponsorship to actually come through for a while now. And, like, they hadn't been telling me anything. Like, I've just been waiting with basically nothing but fucking silence to go on. And they finally messaged me back today saying, like, oh yeah, everything's good. It's just, like, it hasn't reached your pay date yet. Ow. God, I tried. I fucking tried to no-scope, but I can't with this stupid fucking weapon. And I feel like this is just a seriously understatedly meaningful downside of the Machina. In your opinion, is it doable to beat it in Nightmare directly, or do you recommend beating the game on lower difficulty levels? What, for your first try? It's possible, but you're gonna grind through it. Like, especially if you don't have a great understanding of the mechanics and you're just kind of just going through it your first time, which is like, I don't mean to say that in a disparaging sort of way, right? Because, like, I did the exact same thing. I didn't know anything about grenade falters. I barely used my meat hook. If that's the kind of way you're playing the game, which is just like how a lot of people do it on their first time, then yeah, it's gonna be a process. But it's possible. Um, Personally, I see hard mode as the just like this is the one that you start off the game on, or at least I do anyway. Demo Knight over yonder. Oh, I bump into. Anyways, while I'm using the Machina, making a video on it. I Would you make me a sandwich? No. Fuck. What was I even talking about? Got you. More like the cringina. Oh yeah. It was the Machina actually. I had a script laying around for ages. It was more like half a script, honestly. It wasn't very fleshed out. It was just kind of bleh. And so I cleaned it up a little bit recently, like just yesterday or something like that. Well, I finished cleaning it up yesterday, and that's when I got the audio recorded, and just like, okay, now I can actually make a video on this, and just like crank out one last super easy video for February, because it's just like, hey, I haven't been streaming, I haven't been uploading a lot, I kind of need to. I'm also completely caught up on TF2 streams, and it's just like, I still need more for another Fish Bites. Hi there. Damn. I may have to end up using the stock sniper rifle or some kind of variant. I know I have... I mentioned a couple other... Or I mentioned all the other sniper primaries, basically, but I have backup footage for a lot of those, so I don't need to get a whole lot. Should each class collect every collectible unique weapon related to them to complete the challenge in full? I don't think that's necessary. That was scary. He looked at me like the wrong way. He looks at me funny and I'm just dead. Like that scout. It's always the scouts on Harvest, man. Wow, someone's saying fags on Uncle Topia. You don't see that very often. I was under the impression that was like a basically insta kick or insta like permaban almost on Uncle Topia. Like they do not play nice with that. Sarcasm or no, I'm being genuine with that. Like I was under the impression that Uncle Topia was like super strict about that sort of thing. Okay. Okay. Speaking of gorillas. That wasn't even an intentional edit. That was literally just like, oh yeah, that's my next talking point. It's always the scouts, man. It's always the scouts on Harvest. Ah, damn. Like, I know that people on Uncle Topia get salty every now and again, as do we all. Certainly I do. But I was just under the impression that they had to be very particular with their saltiness and what they were and weren't allowed to say. Hi there. I tried. I was gonna say, good to see a fellow bigger in her chat, and then he pulled out the Diamondback, and I lost all respect for him. And the Demo Knight. There's the Eyelander Demo Knight on like a 15 kill streak right now. Yep. There he goes. That's just what they do. Oh no, something dangerous. Time to run away. Jesus Christ. I love Harvest so much. Can we play a good map, please? I finally get into a game that lasts like 2 seconds, and it's just like, yep, it's Harvest. Fuck you. This is what you get for deciding to return to normalcy and try to stream again. Okay, cool, it's dead. From where and how and why, and I'm scared. That must have been from a window or something. Yeah, there he is. Thank you so much, medic. Will I do a vaccinator video if I get the chance? The main thing, I've always said this about the vaccinator. The main thing is if I make a video about it, I know that people will start using it, and I don't want to encourage that. So I didn't like the new Avatar show. I'm not saying it's good, but what did I hate about it? Okay. How long do you got? Basically, the Avatar show is emblematic of everything that I hate about like shitty live action remakes, where it's just like it's at its best when it is simply like actually bothering to emulate the thing that it is, you know, supposedly trying to adapt. I'm already so sick of this fucking Demo Knight. Like it's at its best when it's just like, yeah, I kind of feel like I'm watching Avatar right now. And even then, It's never gonna be better. So it's just like, at its best, it's just like a slightly worse, completely pointless version of the thing that I already like. And I just don't see a whole hell of a lot of value in that. And at its worst, it's making a bunch of really stupid changes that I just don't even remotely understand. I would love to leave Spawn without some cunt fucking spy just backstabbing me. Yeah, fuck off. No, here comes the engineer just running at our fucking spawn, because he can do that. Because when I join the server, it immediately turns into a spawn camp fest. But I guess that's just Harvest, huh? Better at live action adaptation than Death Note, or are they equally bad? Oh, Jesus. God. Death Note has such a fundamental misunderstanding of basically all the fucking characters that I'm not sure. That was, like, great air shots, by the way. That I'm not sure if I could say it is worse. Like, Avatar isn't completely fundamental in its misunderstanding of the characters. It's more just like the changes they make are they're more infrequent, but also just as frustrating. And yeah, I'm just so fucking sick of this brain dead piece of shit demo night. Yeah, 34 kills, 15 deaths. I wonder how you managed to do that. Fucking brain dead. And no, it's the snipers. Snipers on Harvest. That's the problem. The snipers on Harvest that can barely fucking leave spawn because some brain dead dipshit demo knight is just running around with his fucking Eyelander like it's his playground. Thank God. Thank fucking God our Pyro finally learned what the right click button is, and he just runs away. He just runs away like a fucking, like, just the little coward he is. Because that's all fucking Eyelander demo knights are, they're just cowards. Thank God we can play a decent fucking map now. Jesus Christ, I hate Harvest. I fucking hate Harvest, and I fucking hate the people it attracts. Anyways, Avatar The Last Airbender. Like, every single change they made, more or less, was just like, I completely understand now why the original... Just give me fucking Swift Water. Okay, we're a clean 50-50 on this one. I was just... It's just like, oh my God. Like, the way that things were done in the original series just makes so much more sense now. Like, I got an increased appreciation for just like just just the way things were done, because like certain things certain things are obviously going to be cut, and I completely understand that just based on like, you know, time constraints and budget and all that stuff. Like, we're not missing out on a whole hell of a lot when we cut out the Great Divide and even Imprisoned, which I don't think it's a bad episode, but it's like, it's definitely one of the more cuttable ones, because like Haru's not that important of a character. His dad's not all like, they come back later for the invasion, but that's about it. They don't really do anything else afterwards. So yeah, you can drop those two episodes. Yeah, there's some things you can mix around in there. Like, that's not that huge of a deal. But just they change the order on so many things. And they change around so many character beats. Like, okay, for starters, episode 1, right? There's so much going on here. Episode 1, we start off with this super weird cold open, right? It is a very, very strange cold open where it's like there's these Earth Kingdom spies, I guess, inside the Fire Nation, and they're trying to get this like super important information out, right? Like there's this scroll or whatever that has like super important information. We got to get this out. We got to get this to the Earth Kingdom like super, super fast. Um, Very awkward expository dialogue in this scene where one of the Fire Nation guards chasing one of the Earth Kingdom spies sees the spy earthbending and is just like, he's an earthbender. And it's just like, is that surprising information to you? Because it shouldn't be. I Especially because, as it turns out, okay, as it turns out, the information they're trying to get to the Earth Kingdom is, oh no, the Fire Nation is going to launch an attack on the Earth Kingdom. This is terrible news. But it's actually complete bullshit. Because obviously the plan is for Sozin to attack the air nomads. And so apparently he's using the Earth Kingdom false flag invasion, I guess, as a distraction so that no one will be looking when he actually goes to genocide the air nomads. And by the way, we learn this information because one of the spies chooses to stay behind and allow his buddy to escape, and Firelord Sozin himself just tells him this before burning him alive to rub it in his face, I guess. So yeah, super clunky cold open. And then we get the whole water, earth, fire, air thing, which isn't done nearly as well as the original. Like the intro is just a lot wordier and the visuals aren't as good. But like whatever, it's kind of there. Also, Katara isn't the one narrating it. I'm pretty sure it's like Gran or something. Um, After that, we basically get like half and half between basically completely original content involving like the air nomads pre-genocide and Aang's half of the storm flashbacks. No, they didn't even remove it for efficiency because like the original series was so much more economic. Like I want to get to these. I have notes. As I was watching the show, I took fucking notes because I was just so frustrated. Like immediately, immediately, I was so frustrated. Yeah, it feels like I'm back because I'm on an unhinged media rant. Um, so we get Aang's half of the storm immediately, just right off the bat, which feels super weird for pacing. And even then, it's not particularly done all that well as a means of like, oh, establishing his character before he, comes out of the iceberg. Because the exposition in this show is so bad. It is just the worst. Like we all know Aang's character traits, right? He's just a goofy kid. He likes playing airball and goofing off with his friends. So naturally, the way we have to hear about this in the show is not showing him being a goofy kid, playing airball, and goofing off with his friends. Instead, he tells the audience that. I mean, he's talking half to himself and half to Appa, I guess. But that's how we hear his character traits. Because he just tells us his character traits. Because that's good writing. Damn. And okay. So there's other shit with the whole air nomad genocide that I want to talk about, but like one of the points I want to get to is like we get through Aang's half of the storm, he runs away, kind of. He he goes up to like basically clear his head and get some air and ends up several miles away, I guess, because at the Southern Air Temple, the sky's clear as day. I mean, it's nighttime because it has to be because the CGI effects will look bad otherwise. Every time, it's just a spawn camp fest. Um, and where Aang is, it's just like it's a storm because it's a storm because we're adapting the storm right now, kind of, sort of. Oh, out of ammo, huh, buddy? I wonder if that sniper is a spy, by the way. Um, so where the fuck was I? Anyway, yeah, we get through Aang's half of the storm. He wakes up, or like Katara and Sokka find him in the iceberg, not through anything involving their characters, by the way. They just happen upon the iceberg, not because there is so little character information to be gleaned from this. Because remember, they've cut out Sokka's sexism. Sokka is no longer a sexist. I'd say he's gone completely the other way around now. Nope. And so the iceberg breaks not because Katara sees Aang inside and is just like, holy shit, there's a kid alive in there. We gotta get him the fuck out of there. Like, again, big character moment. She has no idea who or what Aang even is, but she's still like, I gotta fucking save him. Very characterizing moment right there. Instead, she's trying to, like, waterbend their canoe back towards them and accidentally cracks open the iceberg that way, which is so weird. Like, that is a change that is just like, why would you make this? Why would you make this change when the way it was originally was just like it accomplished so much in so little time, and now it's just like, even though I feel like we're spending more time with these characters, I'm learning nothing about them except that just things happen to them very quickly and coincidentally. Okay, that was cool. Yeah, you're really cool. You're a spy main. Give it up for the spy main, everyone. Um, and Aang doesn't get a chance to like introduce himself after he like comes out of the iceberg. It like cuts straight from, he comes out of the iceberg and he passes out and he's just straight at the village. I mean, not straight at the village because weirdly Sokka considers just like leaving him out in the fucking snow to die. He's just like, hey, we can't take him back with us. Just like, he's gonna die otherwise. Like, Katara, obvious voice of reason there, is just like, saying the obvious thing that, yeah, we can't just leave this child we found to die. And then, yeah, it just cuts straight from he passes out after getting out of the iceberg, and then he's in the village. And, okay, in the original show, when he wakes up in the village, right? In the Southern Water Tribe village, he's having a nightmare about how he ended up in the iceberg. About what happened in the storm, and this is done like these super quick little flashes of him, losing control of Appa and all that shit. We know how it goes, right? Super quick little flashes, him going into the Avatar state, creating the iceberg. And this is done super fast and super economically, so it's just like, okay, cool. We know what happened here now. We don't know all the context, but that's how he ended up in the iceberg. Cool. That was done in like a couple seconds. But now in this show, we already saw exactly how he got into the iceberg, so this is just a waste of time. This doesn't accomplish anything. And and hey, maybe the original show was told in the order it was for a really good reason, and so we didn't just end up seeing the exact same scene basically twice in a row over the course of like, I don't know, 20 minutes. Not even 20 minutes, like I want to say like 7 minutes or something. Like it's not that much time. Again, just this super economical storytelling that the original show had because it kind of had to, but this one also needs to have economical storytelling. It just almost feels like it doesn't realize that because there's so much weird padding and wasted time that almost feels like, even though they have a harder time limit than the original Avatar show does, especially because we spend two fucking episodes, 2 hours in Omashu and 2 hours in the Northern Water Tribe. I'm sick of this scout. It's just like they have a hard time limit too, but they also have an hour for each of their episodes. And so maybe it makes them think that they can just waste more time as long as they have a couple of minutes of certain episodes throughout their hour-long mishmash. I'm just so fucking I'm sick of the spy. I hate the spy more than the scout. Just die. Because yeah, the first episode, as I mentioned, we have Aang's half of the storm, or his half of the flashback portion of the storm, right? Because the actual plot of the storm with like the like Sokka on the boat and Zuko and his crew getting into some shit, we don't actually get that. All we get is the flashbacks, more or less. Which like that's a change I can understand, I guess, but the problem is they end up taking away like the immediate parallel of get fucked, by the way, the immediate parallel of Aang and Zuko, because like those two stories are being shown side by side, and now we're waiting on Zuko's backstory for like 7 episodes. 6 actually, I'm pretty sure. So super weird ordered storytelling. And I think they realized that because they had to add this extra conversation between Aang and Zuko in that scene where it's like they have to basically explain to the audience, because of course they fucking do. Oh hey Prince Zuko of the Fire Nation, and I am Avatar Aang. Perhaps we are not so different after all. And to be clear, this is not the conversation where it's like, I miss all my friends from the Fire Nation, like my friend Kuzan, and hey, maybe if we met back then, we could have been friends too. That is later. That is a separate conversation that happens later. Love when a series cuts out important stuff in an adaptation only to have to add back in filler to replace it. And they add back in a lot of filler. And again, certain aspects are just made worse through how much they're fucking around with the episode order and just what they do in general. Okay, so like the first half of the the Omashu arc, I guess, right? Because it's 2 fucking hours long, ends with. Okay, so Omashu Part 1 is basically like a weird hodgepodge of the King of Omashu, and also Zuko's half of the Winter Solstice Part 1 where Iroh gets captured, kind of. It's like a little bit of that, and also Jet, because Jet's there. Ah, God, what else? There's so much. There's so much going on all at once, and they have to fill it in with so much shit that, like, Jet's story doesn't get to be completed in this episode. They have to wait until, like, the first 10 minutes of the next episode in Omashu for Jet to show up and be like, hey, what the fuck? Why did you ruin my whole assassination attempt thing? And then Katara gets the moment where it's just like, okay, fuck you, Jet, and now I freeze you, and goodbye, Jet. And it's like, it feels so awkward and out of place because that is an end of the episode moment for something that was like really big for Katara in the actual show. Because yeah, the whole episode was centered around all that. And now it's just like this random footnote in this episode that feels completely out of place because they had to have the last episode end on some fucking cliffhanger. Where it's like, oh no, Aang's been captured. How's he gonna get out of this one? And God, the episode after that, I think might be my least favorite. And that is saying a lot because there is so much shit that they actively ruin. Like, 2 flashbacks, basically right in a row that we get. We get, like, Katara's Southern Raiders flashback, right? Where exactly what happened when her mom died. We get exactly what happened there. Because they all get sucked into the spirit world instead of just Aang, and so they have to go through their backstories because we haven't gotten enough of their one character traits that we get from Sokka and Katara, which is Sokka had a lot of burdens placed on him, and Katara's mom died. That's their characters. And so we get Katara's flashback, which obviously shows everything that happened in the Southern Raiders and all that good shit. I mean, it's bad because of course it's bad, but it doesn't go like it does in the Southern Raiders. If you don't remember, if you don't remember what happened in the Southern Raiders flashback with Katara's mom dying, I will refresh you. Basically, Katara's mom, Kaya, she sends Katara away when the Fire Nation soldier is inside their little tent, and she runs off to go get her dad to save her mom. Basically, the Fire Nation dude is just like, I ain't gonna ask again. Where the fuck's the waterbender? And so Kaya's like, all right, it's me. I'm the waterbender. So you'll just have to take me away. You're just gonna have to take me away to prison. And then he's just like, I'm not taking prisoners today. And then he kills her. Now what happens instead is that she still has the moment where she's like, it's me, I'm the waterbender. And then she like makes this move like she's about to go and like waterbend at the Fire Nation dude. I would like to be perfectly clear. This is like drawing your gun on a police officer and being surprised when you get shot. Because now that takes away a lot of the accountability from the Fire Nation dude that killed her. Because you could honestly argue that he was acting in self-defense now. There is a legitimate case to be made there. That he thought his life was in danger because some waterbender was about to attack him. It is a stupid change, and you're absolutely right. And it's just one of those things where it's just like, oh, I can see exactly why they did it the way they did in the original show, because this way is garbage. Damn. Legit can't watch with uBlock on YouTube now? That sucks. What the fuck? Oh, jeez. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Ooh. I shot him there. Yeah, like, you have to understand why the thing you're changing was the way it was in the first place, and does the change you're making add anything or assist you in your adaptation in some way? Because obviously, if you're adapting a cartoon to live action, then there's some things you just can't keep the same. You can't keep a lot of like the comedy the same. You can't keep a lot of the visual gags the same. Not all of those are going to work, right? Because that's just the nature of animation as a medium. You can do things that live action can't. But in terms of like a story beat like that, good cleaver by the way. In terms of a story beat like that, nothing about what was changed really means anything as a translation of like animation into live action. Like nothing about that fixes anything. Nothing about that fixes anything from like having longer episodes but fewer episodes. And so they're changes for the sake of being changes almost. And I think that's just like utterly pointless reason to do that. They kind of do some CinemaSins fixes. They do Disney live action it a little bit. But at least with some of them, I can kind of see what they were going for. Like one of the main complaints about season 1 of Avatar is the narrative thrust is not really there until like halfway through. And so they get the narrative thrust by their second episode. You don't have to wait until the winter solstice and Roku telling Aang about the comet for there to be like, oh, now there's a time limit. There's narrative thrust. We got to get moving. The problem ends up being multifaceted because now they have to contrive a bunch of reasons to go the places they go. Thank you very much for the continued membership, Matthew's Throne Controller. Like, the reason Aang goes to Kyoshi Island is not because he just, wants to ride the koi fish. It is because when he went into the Avatar state in the Southern Air Temple and, like, almost blew Katara and Sokka off the mountain, that scared the hell out of him. And he was just like, okay, I need to learn a thing or two about the past avatars in order to control this. And luckily, he just so happened to steal Zuko's avatar journal from on his ship. He just stole this. And this is the only relevance that actually has to the progression of the narrative, if I'm not mistaken. And yet they keep talking about it. They keep bringing it up as this like kind of important thing, even though it's not really important to the plot at all. Outside of this one thing, which is just like getting Aang onto Kyoshi Island without the excuse of it being just like, I want to ride the big koi. Oh, sent the 22 months ago. I'm so sorry. I've 22 months, almost 22 years old. I'm so sorry. I've just been hard focusing on talking about Avatar. All of Korra again, or the live action again? Honestly, Korra. Korra has good animation and better music. When they're not adapting the music one for one, the music in the live action show kind of sucks, honestly. But yeah, like I can at least see where they're coming from, and it's like they want to have their narrative thrust, and with the way they ordered the episodes, especially, like we don't get that meeting. We don't get the meeting between Aang and Roku for a very long time. That is, I want to say like the end of episode 5, if I'm not mistaken. It's either the end of episode 5 or like the middle of episode 6. I think it's the middle of episode 6, actually. Damn. Oh, oh jeez. Um, but like the problems end up cropping up when it's just like, for starters, a lot of just character interactions and motivations and stuff like that. Like Aang, the whole lesson he learns in the Kyoshi Warriors episode in the first place is all about like kind of being a show off, and like there's a narrative reason why they can't stay in one place too long, which kind of adds its own sort of narrative thrust for like the kind of road trip vibe that like the first season has for its like first half especially. Okay. But then issues arrive when it's just like, oh, Mashu is the absolute worst with this. Because now that there is a narrative thrust, why the fuck are we putzing around all these places? It's like they have to contrive reasons for them to go to Omashu. So they see Teo, who, if you don't remember, he is the wheelchair kid who flies around on his, like, who flies around in his wheelchair. That is, like, dad built for him. From the Northern Air Temple. He sees Teo flying around Omashu and is just like, oh shit, that's a fucking airbender. We gotta go check this out and see what's going on here. And that's the reason for them to get into Omashu, and then just like contrived thing after contrived thing happens, and now they just can't leave, even though they really have to because narrative thrust that we added, which wouldn't be a problem if you just didn't add that. I want to do a review. Like my review of Korra is already huge. This one I could make faster, at the very least. College is overrated. Stay here and listen to the Avatar rant. I have so much to fucking talk about because like there's so much that they ruin or get wrong or don't understand why they did things the way they did. And the order they tell things in is just fucking weird. Now for those of you who haven't seen the show, there are three particular season 2 elements that they add in. And like one of them you probably already know about just based on the promotional material. And that is that they bring in Azula. Her story, by the way, is fucking terrible. Why would you have a slow early book one that lets you get to know the world slash care about it before dropping the time limit instead of just telling you this world you don't know is in danger? I don't know. I don't know why you would do something like that. Especially when it gives you a lot of time to like characterize these people and really get to know them individually as well as the world on a macro sense. I don't know why you would want to do that. The question would be how much does it work on its own versus an adaptation? I would say it fails at both because there are just I want to say there's just badly written and contradictory elements throughout. Like even if you don't count the original as just like a place of comparison, right? Even if you just completely ignore that, there is shit that they just flat out get wrong or don't write particularly well, like Katara's entire character, which is what I would say if Katara had a character. She is the fucking blandest, most uninspired nothing that has ever graced my screen, and I don't care about this version of Katara at all. Okay, but yeah, like three elements from season 2 that are jumping out at me right now, right? There's probably more that I'm just forgetting. But for those of you who haven't seen the show, I would like you to guess what the other two are. Now, one of them is a character. The other one is an episode. For those of you who haven't seen the show, you are free to take your guesses. Toph? Nope. Toph has been spared from yet another live-action remake. All emotional investment is 100% reliant on you having seen the original. A new viewer has nothing to care about and everything is worse than the original. I wouldn't say that all emotional investment is dependent on you having seen the original because they do attempt to add their own new emotional moments. One that almost works is with Zuko and his crew. Not Sparky Sparky Boom Man. You're kind of close, honestly. I mean, not close, but like same kind of vibe of like not that important of a character, but like very recognizable. But okay, the two elements from season 2 that they bring in are one, Shi Tong shows up for some fucking reason while they're in the spirit world. And they do the Cave of Two Lovers in like the second half of the Omashu story. And like and there's so much wrong with both of these. First of all, Wan Shi Tong is not in his library. Where like that is his whole thing. His whole thing is his spirit library. and he's just not there. He's just in some random forest out in the spirit world. Also, Zhao does not get the information about the ocean and moon spirits from the library. He gets them from, like, Roku's shrine or something, because Roku's shrine has a bunch of, like, old Avatar stuff in it, and I guess that also includes some information about the ocean and moon spirits. Yeah, there is so much shit in there that just screams, we have no idea if we're getting a second season, but there's some stuff that we really want to put in there regardless. So yeah, there's no, like, setup to the library in the form of Zhao, like, telling his little story about, oh, I found this ancient library and, like, detailed illustrations of the ocean and moon spirits. There are no detailed illustrations now, by the way, just information that says, in this one place in the Northern Water Tribe, once a year, one day a year, the ocean and moon spirits come down and become mortal. You don't even like the Secret Tunnel episode, but the only reason it even works is because Aang and Katara have been together for an entire season. Oh, Lance, you fool. You fucking imbecile. Aang and Katara don't go into the Secret Tunnel. Katara and Sokka do. I will let you sit with that for a minute. Now, they're trying to do a whole, like, Frozen thing with, like, oh, it's all about just general love, like, including brother and sisterly love. But when you know the context of the original episode, it gives off different vibes. It gives off some of those Life with Derek vibes, if you know what I mean. It gives off some real Folgers coffee commercial vibes. And also, like, I am convinced that whoever fucking wrote this show absolutely hated this episode. Because not only was this, like, the Katang episode, like, one of the biggest ones, if not the biggest, right? But Aang and Katara do not go into the secret tunnel at all. Aang and Katara have absolutely no romantic hinting whatsoever. There is nothing there. But, like, you know the entire point of the Cave of Two Lovers? You know, love is brightest in the dark, put out your torches, and then the crystals lead the way to the exit. You know that? Well, someone thought that was fucking stupid. Because Sokka figures that out basically immediately. They do this sort of thing a lot in the show, where it's just like the big twist that comes out at, like, the end of the episode. Right? They figure it out immediately. They do this with Heibai, where just Aang looks at big scary Heibai for a second, and he's like, oh shit, that's the spirit of the forest, and he's all pissed off because the forest got burned down. And then Heibai has almost no relevance for the rest of the episode, because it becomes about Ko. Because they mixed up the fucking winter solstice with the Ko story. I don't know why. No, it's not just characters being too smart for the plot. Like, Sokka can figure that out. He's a smart guy. I don't have too many issues with that, even though I think it completely ruins the fucking pacing. It's like getting the vibe that the show is like trying to force a square block, the circle hole, with the triangle block already in it. More or less. Oh, God. And, Katara is immediately skeptical of this. It's just like, she's just like, there's crystals everywhere. It seems so random. Like, this doesn't mean anything, Sokka. You're being an idiot. And then it turns out, yeah, Sokka is being an idiot because the crystals don't actually mean anything. What love is brightest in the dark means is the badger moles in the cave. Um, they're blind and they can't see, which we already knew, but they can sense your emotions. And if they sense love, that makes them happy, and they're just chill with you. And then Sokka basically jokingly is like, "Hey, let's see how well they respond to verbal commands when we're feeling love. Could you dig us a tunnel out of here?" And then the Badger Mole is just like, "Okay," and it digs them a tunnel out of there. I hate this episode so much. It is easily my least favorite one. Because they also ruin Boomy. Boomy is fucking trash. He is such an asshole, and I was hoping that Aang would break his no-kill rule for Boomy instead of Ozai. Also, Ozai's fucking weird. I don't know what Ozai's deal is. Yes, the secret tunnel gang is there, and they sing the secret tunnel song. I've been a handful of Hollywood filmmakers. I'm the only person I respect from California. Keep up the great videos. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, they had to make sure if, like, listen, if we're not getting a season 2, we gotta at least have someone sing the secret tunnel song. You can tell what their priorities were so hard. I am genuinely surprised that we didn't get a Toph cameo. But I'm very happy about that because it means that Toph is spared another fucking... another shitty live-action remake. Oh, also in the Cave of Two Lovers, the lovers are lesbians for some reason. I don't know why they changed that. Ow. Like, that's one of those nothing changes that means just literally nothing. But it's also just... I don't know why you did change it. Ow. Why ignore Toph? Oh. I was gonna say, because we can't have Aang learning earthbending yet either, but... oh. So you guys know how Book 1 of Avatar is called Book 1 Water? Because Aang is learning waterbending? Would you believe me if I told you that Aang does not waterbend once in the entire season? There is a moment that is almost like a direct parallel to one of the scenes in the waterbending scroll, right? Where it's like Katara's practicing by the river, and she's just like, "Here, Aang, like, do you wanna learn with me too?" And he's just kind of like, no, thank you, because that is Aang's character. He's just like this kind of mopey and very apprehensive person. Like anything even remotely related to being the Avatar, he's just like super insecure and just not sure about that. So waterbending in any capacity, he's just like, nope, no thank you. I will pass for now. Is the CGI even good for airbending? It's all right. It is it is once again an opportunity to use the classic Ember Island players quote of, but the effects were decent. Like there are so many parallels to the Ember Island players, one of which is Katara giving overly emotional speeches about hope. Like there were two in particular that stood out to me. Like one is just like, wow, this is this is super Ember Island players with just how hopey it is. And then there was the second one, also an overly emotional speech about hope. Talking to Jet this time actually, where she says something along the lines of, "Do you know why you've fallen, Jet? Because you were fighting what you hate, not saving what you love." And yeah, like I love you, Aang, like a brother. Because they're totally cutting out all the Katang shit, and there is a hint that they might go for Zutara. It was like one scene, like one little scene. But I don't know, man. It's the fact that they added it at all. Because there's this scene where Zuko is basically undercover in Omashu, right? He's looking for Aang, and he sees Katara walk by, and she's wearing this like kind of shawl scarf thing, and he just runs his hand through it, and it's very slow and deliberate, and it's like, oh no, you're not. You wouldn't fucking dare. Sokka will officially be part of the secret ninja girl club, or Netflix wants an entire girls club. Speaking of Sokka being part of the girls club, the Kyoshi Warriors is so much worse. I hated, like, I whoever wrote the show cannot write romance, and they should just not try. Would you like to know the point where Suki is just like, okay, a little bit of context. Like when they first meet, Suki is pretty standoffish, almost a little hostile to Sokka, which is a little understandable. He's a bit of a putz. He has absolutely zero fucking confidence, which is like one of his defining character traits in the original show, and also led to a lot of comedic moments because Sokka's a great fucking character. Um, so what do you think? What do you guys think is the catalyst for Suki lightening up on Sokka? Because in the original show, it's him humbling himself. It is him correcting the error of his ways, and the two of them gain mutual respect for one another and learn to treat each other as equals. What do you think is the catalyst for Suki softening up on Sokka? The exact opposite. Warlock, you got it. He takes his shirt off. Sokka takes his shirt off, and Suki is like, oh shit, that's hot. Now I'll be nice to him. Oh god, seeing your guys' reactions is fucking priceless. And then there's this really weird scene, right? Like, okay, you guys know the scene in the original show where Sokka is like he comes in to shoot the shit with the Kyoshi warriors while they're doing their training, and he's trying to downplay what happened to him. Basically, he's like, yeah, it was pretty cool how you guys got the jump on me, but that sort of thing wouldn't happen in a fair fight, you know. And they're just kind of playing along with him, basically just toying with him because they know he's talking complete shit. They do something different. Sokka is basically practicing on his own, just kind of like down by a stream or something. He's practicing with his boomerang, which he barely uses in the show, which is whatever. And then Suki just like a stalker just happens upon him, like basically teleports to him. And he's just like, Jesus, all right, personal space, lady. And Suki basically challenges him to a fight almost. It's really weird. Like Sokka's being pretty casual about the whole thing, and then Suki's like gets into like a fighting stance, and he's just like, oh shit, like here and now. I mean, okay. And while he's barely even prepared for anything, she just like starts assaulting him almost. And then Sokka walks off, seeming kind of just like butthurt about it, which is understandable because this random chick just started beating the shit out of you for basically no reason. Like she's a fucking child who's pulling your hair to show that she likes you or something. It's fucking bizarre. And then in the next scene that they're together, they go back to fighting kind of, and they're almost like downright humping each other. It's super fucking weird. Super fucking weird and just awkward, and it's so bizarre that like there wasn't all that much of Sokka and Suki like romantically in the first like in their first episode together, right? Like there wasn't all that much. It was mostly about Sokka learning to just respect women, and even then they still did it better. They still did the romance elements better because it's just like it's this quick little thing. It's economical, all the focus is on the characters, and then it's over and done with. It's fucking bizarre. Also, don't let my failure to mention Zuko all that much make it indicate that they treated him well, because they didn't. Like economical is just the word that kept popping into my head when I thought, how did they do this in the original so much better? It's just like they knew how to make use of their time. Like every fucking second counted, and they just made such great use of it. Did they ruin Iroh? Iroh wasn't ruined, I don't want to say. In the first episode, he gives off some not great vibes, almost like he's a bit too goofy almost. Or at least, like, he doesn't really give a shit about anything. And Iroh actually has, like, a couple of the scenes that I like more in the show. Like, pretty much all of them, I want to say. Because in episode 1, there is a scene where he's basically talking to Aang when Aang is imprisoned on Zuko's ship. And they have, like, a little chat together. Aang has some just fairly reasonable questions for Iroh. Just like, hey, how did any of this happen with the war and stuff? Like, what's going on with that? Because that's not the Fire Nation that I knew as a kid, which is pretty understandable, and Iroh's a good source to get that information from. He's forthcoming with his information in a way that feels in character for him, and there is, like, some indication that it's like, he doesn't really believe in any of the Fire Nation dogma, and Aang can kind of see through that, but there's not really a whole lot said on that. Like, Iroh just kind of lets that hang in the air, which is fucking shocking for this show. It is fucking remarkable that they don't have just some overly complex, or not even overly complex, just like extremely dry exposition talking about exactly how Iroh feels about anything. They let it hang. They let it hang a little bit. So yeah, that was actually not a bad scene. And then they talk in prison again, actually, because Iroh gets imprisoned by the Earthbender dudes in Omashu, and Aang also gets imprisoned. Did we need this remake? No, not at all. Not even remotely. That's not even a question. The world would only be better off if this remake did not exist. Um, and again, the conversation they have is just not bad. How's my new brass beast, the Sacred Beast? I haven't used it much, actually. Oh, jeez, I'm so dead. Oh, yeah, oh, God, this fucking show was made for imbeciles. Like, okay. You know, in Winter Solstice Part 1, since we're talking about Iroh being kidnapped, you know when Zuko is on Iroh's trail, and then suddenly he sees Appa flying by, right? And he's like, the Avatar! But then he looks back, and he's got this choice to make, completely non-verbally. Just, do I go after Iroh, or do I chase the Avatar? And then it cuts away from that. We don't get any dialogue from Zuko. We don't get anything there. All we see is that he has to make a choice, and he's aware of that. So naturally, naturally, Zuko goes to the prison where Iroh was being held, and there's some Earth Kingdom guard there who's just like, hey, the the prisoner who was in this cell was sent over here, but the other prisoner, the little bald kid, was sent over there. What are you going to do? What will you do, Zuko? What choice will you make? And then they completely ruin it anyway. They completely ruined that payoff because, like, in the original show, you know exactly why they did it the way they did it, because the next time we cut to Zuko, it shows him rescuing Iroh, and it's like, hey, he made the right choice. But now the next time we see Zuko after that scene, it's him on Iroh's trail, but not quite rescuing him yet, so the payoff isn't nearly as satisfying. And it's just like, fuck! How did you fuck that up? So many changes that were made that just didn't need to be made. They weren't necessary changes. But that's not exactly damaging to Zuko's character, right? That is clunky on the part of the writers. That's not necessarily a fault of Zuko's character. You know how they do? You know how they do fuck up Zuko's character? You know the you know the Agni Kai that he has with Ozai, the reason he gets his scar in the first place. Now when the initial trailers came out, there was a one particular shot that showed Zuko sort of blocking Ozai's attack. And some people were like, "Oh no. Don't tell me that Zuko is actually going to fight during his Agni Kai with Ozai." And some people were coping hard saying, "You know what? No, he's just defending himself. It's not like he's gonna he's not gonna throw a punch or anything, right? Because that would completely ruin the entire point of Zuko's Agni Kai. That would completely ruin it if he threw some fire Ozai's way and tried to and tried to attack him. It would just ruin that. Can you can you guess what happened? I think you can guess what happens. I think you can guess that the copers were coping hard. The Agni Kai with Ozai is not like this really tragic thing where a child is mutilated by his own father as he begs and pleads for his forgiveness. It's more of an action scene now because they also cut out Zuko's initial Agni Kai with Zhao because Zhao in this show is super fucking weird. Zhao is like a goofball in this show. I don't know if his actor is like some famous comedian or something, or like a famous comic actor, but that is the vibe he gave me. He was a fucking goofball. So I can only imagine that a new audience who has no idea what the fucking Agni Kai even is, because they have no context for that with Zuko and Xiao's earlier duel, are gonna be like, wait, so an Agni Kai is when your dad just blows fire onto your face and turns your fucking face into charcoal? That's kind of weird. They would try to make Ozai likable. They tried to make him more dimensional, but it ends up being stupid. Ozai's like thing in this series is he likes to play mind games with his kids, I guess. Like he's basically talking up Zuko to Azula to try and make Azula, I don't know, be better than she already is when she's the fucking best. Like we don't even get because we cut out the scene with Zuko and Aang in the ice cave after Zuko captures him at the Northern Water Tribe, which the implications of that on later scenes, like God, what the fuck are they gonna do in Lake Laogai now? Dude, come on. When Iroh's finally dressing down Zuko and giving him the talking to he fucking deserves for being an idiot. Ah, because now we don't have that moment where Zuko is. You don't have the moment where Iroh can call out Zuko for being like, "Hey, guess what, dumbass? If Aang's friends hadn't saved you, you would have fucking died up there." Fuck you. Ozai seems like the type to manipulate his kids to be better. No, I don't think so. I think he's the kind of guy who plays favorites with his kids because that's what he did. So what did Zuko do in the Agni Kai with Ozai? He fought back. He fought back, but he held back. That's the thing. It's not that he refused to fight and therefore showed great dishonor and shame. It's that he didn't fight back enough. Like there's this point where he has a clean shot on Ozai, but he doesn't take it. Like Ozai played favorites with his kids. He had a might makes right attitude that like pretty much embodied the whole of the Fire Nation. And so when he had Azula and she came out of the fucking womb basically with her blue ass fire and being the best at everything, he's just like, yeah, this kid's fucking awesome. Zuko, why can't you be more like her? Implication then that Zuko could beat Ozai in a fight? Honestly, maybe. I don't know if that's entirely what they were going for, but like you could super easily read the scene as that. Like Ozai gives him a little pause where he's just like, "Hey, are you gonna fucking go for it?" And then Zuko's just like, "No, I'm not," because I mean, okay, that's like younger Zuko. I can't really fault the show too much for that. Yeah, he was way more blunt and less mind gamey. Like that is the thing that multiple characters say about Ozai. Is just like it's always Ozai and his games. Like no, they did not try to do the lightning redirect 2 books early. In fact, we only got one lightning bending scene, and that's from Azula, who just did it because she was grumpy, I guess. I don't know. I honestly don't even remember the content of the scene all that much. It's just like she's doing drills basically with Ozai watching, and Ozai's just like, yeah, you're not doing all that great. And then she like throws a fireball at him, and then she generates lightning and blasts it past him. Also, the lightning generation just didn't look all that great. At least not in terms of like what it's supposed to look like from the show. How'd they ruin Azula? She's super insecure, right? Like, Azula is just straight up not herself. Yeah, so, yeah, because we didn't get the storm, we didn't get to see Iroh redirect lightning for the first time. Because we only got the flashback, so yeah, that's... Uh, Imagine if they just straight up didn't introduce it. Well, yeah, of course they rewrote her a lot because she's not even supposed to be in this book to begin with. Oh, Jesus. Like, Azula was insecure after her friends betrayed her. Because that was like a huge breaking point for her. She realized that she couldn't use fear and intimidation to get everything she wanted from these people, and that, like, they didn't actually love her or care about her. And obviously that brought back a lot of memories of her mom and shit, and that led to her eventual downfall. Her strive for perfection and all of that. But now it's like she's just straight up jealous of Zuko. Like, even from her first line, I think, it makes it seem like she's jealous of Zuko. Because she's just like, I've been here fucking practicing my drills and, like, getting insurgents out of here for, the past 3 years while Zuko's been off having a fucking cruise ship, basically. It's just like, are you jealous of Zuko? Why? Your dad fucking hates him. He's banished with one eye. Boy, I wish your dad scarred me instead. Fucking women and their daddy issues. Okay, so you're there. That demo is still there, by the way. Nothing will move the spawn camping Badwater demo from this spot. What other characters got ruined? Oh, God. I mean, well... Closest thing to insecurity I remember pre-betrayal Azula was that one scene where she had a hair out of place. Yeah, that's all about her, like, her strive for perfection, right? Wow, this guy's dedicated to just spawn camping. Yeah, I can't wait until they introduce Toph as, like, a huge buff guy. Ah. But yeah. May and Ty Lee were also there. They kind of just stood around and gave Azula color commentary because they have nothing else to do. May May and Azula seem miscast, just in terms of appearance at least. Also Azula, in terms of her acting, May at least does the acting job decently. She does fine. But appearance-wise, she looks nothing like May. She honestly looks a little bit ridiculous, if I'm being honest. I think I wouldn't hit that headshot a second time or something. Damn it. Where are you going? Okay. Contradiction is that fans often don't really know what they want beyond more of the same. When you see people fuck up remakes, it's hard not to want to be a fan in charge instead. I mean, like, I wouldn't want to be like in charge of a project like this, if I'm being perfectly honest. I am completely realistic in that I don't think I could handle something like it. Like, even just in terms of the script and like figuring out where everything's gonna go. Like, if I had 8 hours to tell season one of Avatar, like, fuck, dude, that's a tall order. Like, I'm guessing at least part of the reason that they ended up merging a lot of stories together is budgetary, just because, like, oh, hey, we can't afford all that many sets, right? Do you do anything else? Um, yeah, like, like, having to merge so many episodes together or cut them out completely. Like, fuck, man. They didn't necessarily go cheap on the show, cause, like, honestly, okay, I've only got so many hours and so many sets. I'm cutting out a lot of the Fire Nation stuff. I'm cutting out Azula and May and Tylee. I'm cutting out like a lot of that shit, all that shit, basically. I mean, unless you count Azula's like little cameo at the end of the season one, and her small cameo in the storm. Okay, what is this guy doing? Someone chest right? Oh, I see them. I don't care. Cutting Suki's romance plot. I mean, like, we don't need to spend an entire episode on Kyoshi Island. That would be my take there. We don't need to spend a full hour on Kyoshi Island. Like, again, it's such a hard thing because I have to assume that the reason they made it the way they did is because, like, 16 half-hour episodes, each with different, like, sets and more characters, like, more actors and stuff, would have cost more than 8-hour-long episodes that take place in way fewer locations. Roku is basically non-existent. Roku is in one scene. His main role in the season is pretty much stolen by Kyoshi because they go to Kyoshi Island first, and so she's the one who gives them the narrative thrust. Which, by the way, is not. Oh, by the way, the comet's coming soon. Ready the fuck up. You have like less than a year to learn all four elements and stop the Fire Lord. It is. God, I almost forgot about this. I almost fucking forgot about this. Kyoshi has precognition now. She just knows that an attack is coming to the Northern Water Tribe. And it's happening soon, and Aang needs to get there soon. She shows him a vision of it. And this is happening basically as the Fire Nation is invading Kyoshi Island, right? And so this is kind of it's kind of like the scene in Winter Solstice Part 2 where Roku possesses Aang's body, except it's with Kyoshi on Kyoshi Island instead of Roku on the Crescent Island. That's what goes on there. And so you guys know who ends up causing that whole crisis at the North Pole, right? That would be Zhao. You may know him as Zhao the Conqueror, Zhao the Moonslayer, perhaps Zhao the Invincible. Guess who's on Kyoshi Island? Guess who's on Kyoshi Island? As Avatar Kyoshi herself is just wrecking shop. Like, flat out murdering people, right? And she is giving Aang... By the way, in like the scene where she and Aang talk, Kyoshi is giving Aang major fucking shit for, you know, just getting frozen. In what this version is way more of an accident on Aang's part. Because he didn't even mean to run away. He just meant to, like, clear his head for a little bit. Batman. It could be Batman. Oh, you saying Momo made me remember. They did a fake out Momo death. I'm not even kidding about that. But anyway, Zhao is just fucking standing around on Kyoshi Island, like not even doing anything really. Kyoshi just lets him, you know, stand there like a fucking retard and also live. Very out of character for Kyoshi. Like, reminder, by the way, that Kyoshi in the Avatar state was able to create the entirety of Kyoshi Island by separating it from the mainland and just, like, taking Kyoshi Island and pushing it somewhere else. Kyoshi in the Avatar state in the show, she just, like, kind of whips around, like, 4 Fire Nation dudes at once. I did that. That was on me. Hi there. And then Zhao just gets to run away. By the way, Zuko is, like, right next to Aang as Kyoshi possesses him. And then she kind of blasts him away, but doesn't, like, actually kill him. Moments like these are I'm glad I don't have a Netflix account. It's just my family's one, so I'm not actually paying for any of this, thank fucking God. Ah, I clicked too soon. Classic click too soon moment. Releasing the Razorback. Hey, I'm using the Machina. Comes with the territory. He almost got me with that. He almost got me with my own combo in my own dojo. Whoa. God, what else? There's so much. So many characters ended up ruined that like when Roku shows up, right? He does this bit basically where he's like, "Who dares disturb my presence? Do you know who I am? I am Avatar Roku. You must bow before me and hop on one leg and stick your finger up your nose." And he's basically just like, because Roku. Did I happen to mention that I'm an incurable prankster? Ah, damn. I tried. How many times I've taken advantage of the Machina body shot damage? It's so hard to tell. But, like, I was genuinely convinced that Roku was just gonna be a fucking asshole. Because Boomy was such a major asshole, and Kyoshi was an asshole. Like, everyone's just mean to Aang for no reason. Like, you know how the guy in the storm was kind of an outlier there? How do they handle the moon girl? Oh god, Yue. Oh god, Yue. Okay. First things first, Yue is now a furry. Now I could elaborate on that, but I feel like it's funnier if you don't know the context. Oh jeez. Uh, can I please? Thank you. Okay, I will actually give you the context. Basically, what happens in the Winter Solstice episode, which is not, by the way, anymore the Winter Solstice episode, because the solstice has no relevance whatsoever. There are just parts of the world that are more spirity, I guess, and that's where spirity shit happens. The 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 winter and summer solstice have no bearing on this whatsoever. Because the way it used to be was during the solstice, you know, the barrier between the physical world and the spirit world would get weaker and weaker. It's kind of like how in our society, like our culture, right? The sort of barrier between the realms of the living and dead gets weaker around times like Halloween or Dia de los Muertos, those sorts of things. Like, this is a pretty common concept in culture, right? Now there's just places that are more spirity. And the town being attacked by Heibai is one of those places, which is interesting, I guess. Lucky that they happened upon this place. And so, you know, Aang, he's gonna do his thing. Fucking bottom scoring, by the way, and this guy's bitching about me playing sniper. Um, I hope we vote for Badwater again. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, Badwater. Let's keep going. Non uncommon mythical thing too. Sure, but it was better in Avatar. But how is she a furry? I'm getting to that. So Aang is doing his thing where, you know, he's meditating and he's gonna go into the spirit world. He actually makes a attempt to go into the spirit world. He doesn't do it by accident. And there is no Roku's dragon, there's none of that. He is actively trying to go into the spirit world to just, like, see what the fuck is going on, because he knows how to do that now. Even in the original show, he had no idea how to do that. Anyways, he accidentally somehow manages to drag Sokka and Katara into the spirit world. Like, their spirits are just there with him now, too. And Aang has no idea why or how to get them back into their bodies. It's very strange. And then they're walking down the path trying to find out what is going on with the spirits and shit. And they run into Wan Shi Tong. And Wan Shi Tong is like, he's basically kind of the Roku for this episode, in that he tells them, hey, beware of Ko, because Ko's a motherfucker. Ko is a punk ass bitch, and he is worrisome. He's a worrisome individual. But for some inexplicable reason, Katara and Sokka can't understand Wan Shi Tong. All they hear is owl noises. Even though the only thing that he tells Aang really is, hey, make sure you stay on this path, and there's dangerous shit out here. And then Aang pretty much translates that verbatim. There's nothing else to it. Also, the shit that's out there is going to try and make you see the truth. Which in this case means we see Katara and Sokka's backstories because their characterization is extremely weak. But the only thing we know about their characterization, which is that, you know, Sokka's relationship with his dad, and his dad made him the warrior of the tribe while they all left, and Katara lost her mom. That just gets repeated to us, basically. Except with Sokka, I hate what they did with his dad. They made his dad an asshole too. They did. Sokka and Katara's dad is just like a fucking jerk now. To Sokka for no reason. To poor little Sokka. But yeah, Heibai shows up and scares them and they go off the path. And then Sokka sees this little fox creature. This little fox creature walking around, and it just starts talking to him. As one does. It's Yue. It's Yue. She astral projects as a fox into the spirit world while she dreams. Because something about the fucking... Sure, I guess, why not? Something about what the moon spirit did to her. Something like that. I don't even know what Peanutbot said. What did he say even? Oh, he was probably mic spamming. Also, yeah, this is pathetic. Please scramble. And she basically relays pretty much the same warning to Sokka, if I'm not mistaken. Just like, hey, be careful. There's spooky shit out here. And basically, the spirit that is trying to make them see, quote-unquote, the truth is Ko. And he does this by, like, showing them their moments of their most despair, which is when Hakoda is like, "Oh hey, you know, Sokka didn't really do too well during his ice dodging." Which, for those who don't remember, is like the ritual that the Water Tribe men do, where they sail their boats through ice and try to make it out on the other side alive. He's just like, you know, I'm very disappointed in Sokka. Like he's kind of a shitter. If only he wasn't such a fucking worthless putz, my son. Oh, I should have seen that. Yeah, she's like a multi-tailed fox. I don't know. Ko is kind of still a face stealer. It's really weird the way they go about it, though. Oh. Because it's not the rules of the original anymore. It is now, Ko makes you see a hallucination that is your moment of deepest despair, and then he traps you in like a big spider web, and then he'll eat your face, which also sucks out your soul, but only later when he feels like it. Wouldn't you believe it? The original did it better. The original did everything about Ko better. God, Ko was so fucking cool in the original. And he was interesting, too. Because even though he had this, like, huge grudge against the Avatar, Ko was just kind of a helpful guy. As long as Aang played by his rules, he was just like, yeah, I'll tell you what you need to know about the ocean and the moon spirit. Sure, why the fuck not? I'll try and jump scare you a couple of times to see if you'll twitch. But if you're not falling for it, then alright. Better luck next time. I'm basically an ageless fucking spirit. Like, I'll get another chance. But, like, now Ko is just evil for the sake of it. And it's just way less interesting. He's just gonna stay out there? Yeah, he sure is. Yeah, Ko doesn't see Yang break the rules, but, like... he knows it happened. He's just like, oh, I just wanted to waste his time. They traded an unsettling feeling for a jump scare. Oh, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Like, I'm talking about the moment in the actual show where he's just like... basically, right after he changes his face into Kuruk's wife, he changes his face into the monkey face and just, like, screams in Aang's face and starts laughing. But it doesn't get a rise out of Aang, so he's just like, alright, whatever. In this version, I think he's actually voiced by George Takei. Which is weird, because George Takei voiced a character in the original show. He was the warden in the imprisoned episode, who also happened to be the same guy that Zuko spoke out against in the storm. He was the one who proposed to sacrifice the 41st Division. You are desperate. And they do some weird shit. Okay, so Avatar Kuruk, the waterbending avatar before Aang, he he is the one whose story is most intertwined with Ko. However, it turns out Roku also, for some reason, tangled with Ko and stole something from him, which is actually like something from the comics, which I didn't expect them to take. I didn't expect them to adapt anything from the comics, but they take the face goddess. He has this little totem of the face goddess lady who is Ko's mom. Apparently Roku stole that from him for some reason. I don't know why. That's the thing, is just like they never explain why Roku gets tangled up with Ko. This guy just really likes spinning. It is a good trick. Oh yeah, and Kuruk sucked. Ugh. His advice to Aang was basically just like, don't have friends. I mean, that's kind of all of their the past avatars' advices. Ow. Don't think about the comics a lot. That's fair. They're not particularly amazing. Yeah, maybe the full charge damage helped there. I don't know. Who knows? He would have had to be within a factor of like, well, around like 27 health there, I think. Hi there. Gotcha. But yeah, because they kind of poached the whole Ko backstory for Kuruk, he's just kind of mopey and grumpy. He's not a happy guy. Roku at least had a sense of humor. Roku was the only past avatar I liked. They made Kyoshi a bitch. Yeah, Zuko was a bastard child, except not really. She just told Ozai that as a meme, and all it did was make things worse. Do I feel like the trace rounds matter a lot? I feel like they do matter quite a bit, actually. At least in a in situations where you are trying to be more of a stealthy sniper, where it's just like, oh hey, where am I even shooting you from? You might not know until next life. Like in this situation, yeah, they know exactly where I am. Actually, I don't even know if these are stairs I can shoot through. I don't think they are. I think the downsides of the Machina matter more than people give them credit for. People really want to redeem Azula for some reason, and I just don't get it. Iroh said it best. She's crazy and she needs to go down. I know that Aaron Ehas doesn't really like that line. I don't care. Number one, it's funny, and number two, it's true. No one is immune to death of the author. That was not who I was aiming for. I don't know why this fucking spinning guy is just unheadshotable for me. I was wondering. Like, I saw just a brief flash of red. Yeah, on rebalance we have the classic tracer rounds. There we go. I finally headshot you. Your spinning wasn't such a good trick now. No, like you wouldn't try to redeem someone like Ozai, right? Like he's an irredeemable monster, but like people are just kinder to Azula, and honestly, I think it's just because she's I'm gonna be honest, I think it's because she's a pretty girl that they had a crush on when they were a kid. No, he's just hitting the ground next to me. That's all Scorch Shot powers can do. You can't expect more of them. Ugh. Thank you very much. Oh, boy. Azula was worse than Ozai. I mean, like, I'd say they're about on par, honestly. Like, you can say pretty much all the same defenses that people say for Azula about Ozai, but you're never going to hear anyone saying that Ozai should be redeemed as a character. Ozai very obviously had a similar relationship with his father that Zuko and Azula do with him. Iroh was Azulan's favorite child. Gotcha. Like, he pretty much said as much to Ozai's face. Been in your videos recently. Hope things get better in the future. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, like, I think that they're both products of their environment. Like, Ozai's certainly on, like, a macro level, where he basically represents the whole of the Fire Nation and their ideology. Like, I don't want to make the argument that, like, oh, like, just because Azula is a girl that makes her more, like, fitting for redemption in the eyes of some people. Like, I know that's how it is for some people, but they're on Twitter. They're not real people like you and me. I have a delightfully gay voice. What does that mean? What did you mean by this? So you know, comparing Azula to pre-redemption Iroh? Pre-redemption Iroh is tricky because there's not a whole lot defined about his past. We know that he was a nice guy to Zuko, and he tried to be nice to Azula. He gave her that doll in the Zuko Alone flashback, which obviously wasn't very fitting for Azula, which that could indicate a couple things. That could indicate that maybe he's trying to encourage her to be more normal and less of a little fucking psycho that everyone knows she is, even back then. Or it could show that he doesn't really understand her. And we know that even before... I'm pretty sure even before what ended up happening with Lu Ten, he still spared the last dragon. So that shows that he had a heart. Like, I don't think that Azula would end up sparing the last dragon when he found, like, the whole Sun Warrior... Or when she found the whole Sun Warrior place. As far as I'm aware in the timeline, that happened before Lu Ten died. Confused with what this conversation is about. Avatar: The Last Airbender, because the new Netflix show is bad. 13 damage headshot. Ah, never gets old. Get fucked. But then, like, because a lot of the timeline is unclear, then it's harder to judge Iroh because, like, we know that he studied the waterbenders and that's how he learned his lightning redirection tactic. But which implies a sort of worldliness of him and not just like a Fire Nation superiority thing. Something like his like Ozai would have. But whether that was before or after Lu 10, then like we don't know. There's a lot of ambiguity there. Damn it, I tried. Any gaming tips for sniper? Ask a better sniper. I feel like this stream has just proven that I am not as good a sniper as I would like to be. Damn, I didn't get a chance. How many bad live action remakes have there been so far? What, of Avatar or just in general? Because a lot. Do you guys remember the days when, like, not even just like, oh, live action remake of cartoon, just remakes in general had the potential to be better than the original. I want to say like just about every live action remake that has come out recently has just been awful, and there are so many. High octane Machina gameplay. Damn. Ow. Arg, I'm dead. Yeah, maybe Iroh actually believed in the whole unification thing rather than just total conquest. But being part of the war, he probably actually saw what everything was really like, and but like, that's doing a lot of legwork for the writers. I'm not a huge fan of doing that. Like that's fine as a headcanon, but like I'm more interested in analyzing what the material actually offers. Is there anything of an older remake that improves something? The Thing is like the my go-to example for that. I always use The Thing as that example. Damn it. Because, like, my understanding is that the 1950s thing is pretty good. Like, The Thing from Another World is, like, pretty good. But The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, is a fucking masterpiece. And hell, it doesn't even have to be, like, a movie remake of another movie or a TV show or anything like that. Heathers the musical is better than Heathers the movie. I don't know how controversial that opinion is. Yeah, if you want to get into anime and manga adaptations, then that I would say that increases by a very wide margin. I want to say that like for certain JoJo Part 5's anime at least is better than the manga. Like the quality of the animation and the music does so fucking much to elevate it. And from what I've heard, Demon Slayer is kind of similar. Like the manga is not all that great, but like the anime goes so fucking hard with the animation that it's like, okay, okay. Made a video how to use bad weapons the right way. Do you agree? Do I agree that you made it? Yes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Good flare. It's an opinion from my friend that David Pro fixed JoJo Part 6. No. No, they didn't. They cut out where the fuck is Mickey, so arguably they ruined it. I tried. I did hit a decent air shot earlier today. I even got a nice shot from the guy I hit. Wouldn't say substantial difference. A case could definitely be made there, right? But like, I think on the whole, after it got adapted, Part 5 got so many more people who just straight up loved it than was the case for like back when it was just the manga. Like there were plenty of people saying that like Part 5 was one of the worst parts of the manga. 13. Damn. Ow. Was also stuck with a terrible translation for years, to be fair. That is fair. But even then, I feel like just Part 6 had sort of... Yeah, like... Yeah! It alright. That's kind of the vibe of the manga. And I feel like that's also kind of the vibe of the anime. Ah. Third channel where I review media. That is my plan is for just anything that's not video games that goes up on the Fish Stick on a Stick channel. I don't want that to just be creepypastas. I want that to just be like whatever the fuck I want to post. Because honestly, at this point, the channel gets so few views that anything I post there is just gonna make people happy, I think. And the last thing I want to do is disappoint the people who have stuck around on that channel for so long. Man. I know that everyone wants the happy. Like I considered spending a bit of time like working on the script now that I haven't been streaming, but it's like even then I still didn't have the time and I definitely didn't have the motivation. Man, live action Netflix JoJo would be interesting even if it's bad. They made the live action Diamond is Unbreakable movie. Or is it two movies already? I don't even know. I think whatever I heard about that one was not great. I mean, it's hard to complain too much about the direct hit. It was my fault. Like, this is how you play the Machina. This is how you do it. Yeah, I even got a body shot. That's how you know I did a good job. Worse, but also not terrible. Well, alright then. Not quite what I expected. Ooh, Pyro didn't even get an assist there. Live action adaptation of Rohan Kishibe? Alright. I had no idea that existed. Almost had that medic. Best worst creepypasta? Probably just the one that's the most fun to read. You walked in a straight line, my guy. Ow. Thoughts on Mauler? I generally enjoy Mauler's stuff, but like considering I have been talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender for the past like 2 hours in a very positive light, and you know, not the Netflix show, you can probably guess that there are some takes of his that I don't quite agree with. Man, this guy, he's got fucking. I don't know what specific kind of tism he has, but he's making it work. Like I honestly think that like when Mahler was saying that Avatar is like a fucking 2 or 3 out of 10, he accidentally time traveled into the future and watched this version instead. He watched the fucking Netflix version. And that's how he was just like, oh man, how the fuck do people like this shit? This is garbage. Gonna butcher One Punch Man? What, for like live action? Yay, it's over. Let it end. There we go. Oh, where the hell's bad water? How the fuck is original Avatar 3 out of 10? I don't know. I've never watched through the full like stream that explains his reasoning. I've read some of the comments though, and some of the reasons are just like weird. Like one of the reasons that stands out to me, I've mentioned this before on stream, is like why can't Roku teach Aang firebending? Which is a weird criticism. That is basically like saying, why didn't Obi-Wan's Force Ghost teach Luke the Force? Good characters, bad stories, what it boils down to, I think. But how? I mean, like, if you want to say that about the finale, then it's like, you know what? Fair enough. the story of the finale, it's pretty clunky. Because he's dead. I mean, like, hey, he can commune with Aang and stuff. The two can communicate, much like Obi-Wan's Force Ghost. But Obi-Wan still sends Luke off to go get trained by Yoda. Yeah, I don't have the time to really sit through and just like dissect every point he would make piece by piece. Like maybe I'll have some good points in there. There might be some genuinely good points. It's just like, you know what? Yeah, that is kind of a dumb thing with Avatar, but on the whole, I think that the show is really good and there aren't like these little dumb things or like not only little dumb things, like huge glaring problems the way that the fucking Netflix show has that just ruin everything. Yeah, you're barking up the wrong tree with the whole vaccinator thing, buddy. And that it's not well defined enough to make it not seem just like they communicate as much as necessary for the plot. Oh, the general inconsistencies of the spirit world and how much communication happens is a sticking point. And that it's not well defined enough to make it not seem like they communicate as much as necessary for the plot. Okay. The spirit world is pretty undefined, I would say, but like I would say that is intentional. Whether or not that is beneficial is another conversation to be had. Okay. Anyway. No, I feel like Mahler at least has like for starters, most of I would say most, if not all of his critiques are at least in good faith. They are as a result of engaging with the source material and not just I need to fill this up with content because I need to make a video on this subject because I'm CinemaSins and I need to make a fucking video like once a week on some fucking movie. Like for the most part, I would say that's the case. Again, Avatar is a shaky spot. Damn. Yeah, when they try to define the spirit world in Korra, it's just like, oh, it's worse now, thanks. It's worse and directly contradicts many things from the original show. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Oh, man. Couldn't even hit a body shot. Am I even a real Machina sniper? Okay. I was going for the heavy. But yeah, CinemaSins just fills his videos with a lot of nothing. Like, I actually recently watched their comparison video of Cinema Wins versus Cinema Sins for Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Um, Unsurprisingly, both videos sucked. I was like, I don't really watch Cinema Wins, and I was like, kind of in shock at just how poorly he was doing. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish is such an easy fucking movie to praise, and it felt like he really didn't give all that much of a shit. Do you feel like the tracers make your aim worse? That's something it does to me. I do feel like it does have an effect on my aim, honestly. Maybe it's just a purely subconscious thing, but I think it's because, like, I see where my shot has gone and why it missed, and then that, like, makes me think, oh, I need to switch up my shot every single fucking shot or something. I don't know. Maybe that's what's happening there. Yeah, toxic positivity versus toxic negativity. Like, if you go into something expecting to love it and like basically needing to love it, then that's just really not all that valuable. There is no value in saying, "Oh yeah, this is a great thing. I love this thing," because it's meaningless. You apply that label to everything. But if you do the same thing with like a negative video, then even if the product is bad, again, it's meaningless. How much have their tropes changed? I have no idea. I don't know if they do the scene does not contain a lap dance joke anymore, because that's not exactly in vogue. Like, I think it's important where even if you do dislike a piece of media, you have to give it credit when it does something correct. And even if you fucking love a piece of media, you have to acknowledge when it has shortcomings. I think that's what separates just a critical analysis from nothing swill garbage. Because hey, I love Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's got a couple of really bad episodes, and the finale isn't all that great, especially in regards to like Aang's whole storyline and all that. And I can explain why both of those things are the case in great detail if you like gave me the time. But if I just made some 15-minute video about like, oh, this is what Avatar is about, man. It's about these ideas and stuff. Then it's just like that's nothing. That's nothing. That says nothing. Gotta say, your videos have convinced me to appreciate Sniper as a role in TF2. Used to be in the Sniper OP camp, and I've realized that he's kind of necessary for the game to function. Well, there you go. I feel like the role he has is definitely like understated in just how much it changes the flow of the game. Yeah, because the thing is, like, admitting that something that you like is even just flawed, not necess like even just flawed, not even necessarily saying that something you like is flat out bad, which may also be the case. Admitting that isn't a great feeling. Yeah, it has themes. How will they execute it? It has them. That's all that matters. Execution of themes is way more important than their mere presence. Okay, that's how I feel about BioShock Infinite. It's got really interesting themes. It tackles them so poorly that I just can't give a fuck. Ah! I was trying to charge to get a collateral. But like you could so easily just take any piece of garbage, like some of the worst movies ever made that even idiots can see how bad they are because it's just so obvious and they don't have fucking nice cinematography and pretty colors to distract them. If you make the exact same arguments about the themes, then like their entire worldview would just fall apart. I like the Master of Disguise, but will readily admit it's only good if you're drunk or a child. And see, there's no shame in admitting that you like just like a dumb movie. Everyone has a dumb movie that they like, even if it's ironic or if it's unironic, but they realize that, like it's a guilty pleasure. Everyone has one of those. But if you took a movie like The Room or Birdemic and just said, "Oh, it has all these deep themes," like Birdemic has all these themes of environmentalism and all that garbage. And it's a movie about togetherness. Because they're only able to stop the birds when they work together and commune with nature. I did know that the Master of Disguise Turtle Club scene was filmed during 9/11. When I was a kid, that was like my favorite scene, and now I know. Like, The Room is such an easy example of that, too, because it really does tackle a lot of pretty adult and heavy themes. Like, it tackles the issues of drug use and suicide and infidelity and all this shit. And it's like, oh, I guess The Room is actually a good movie now because it has themes in it. And I die. And you know, it's so relatable because the mom randomly gets breast cancer in one scene and it's completely irrelevant to the rest of the movie. A bit theme blind. Can't get the message of Gurren Lagann past the surface level of be brave, yo, come out of your comfort zone, yo, beat depression with your fists, yo. I mean, that more or less is the theme. It's just like, just keep going. No matter the adversity, just keep going. That is like the core theme of Gurren Lagann. Simone more or less spells it out at the end there. Like with each revolution, we keep going further and further because that's how a drill works. Just want to get... Ah! I just want to get my collateral. Ah. I kind of look like Alex from Yeek combined with the Doomer Jack. Never say that to me again. You know, I'm glad I was able to get out most of my anger towards the Avatar: The Last Airbender Netflix live-action remake. Not the least of which being, god damn it, there's another Avatar now that I have to be even more specific about. Hey, have you seen Avatar yet? Which one? Oh, the new one. Oh, the new... Oh, like the sequel? No. Not like the sequel to James Cameron's Avatar, Avatar: The Way of Water. I mean the Netflix live-action adaptation of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Nope, you can't even say the bad one. Hey man, I'm watching the Avatar about water. Oh, you mean Avatar 2: The Way of Water? No. I mean Avatar Book 1 Water. Oh, you mean the Netflix live-action adaptation of Avatar Book 1 Water? No, no, no. Oh, the M. Night Shyamalan live-action adaptation of Avatar Book 1 Water. No, no, no! The animated series, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Book 1 Water. Ah, jeez. Yeah, now we have more Avatar movies coming out. Not just Avatar movies, but also Avatar: The Last Airbender movies. Alright. There's a lot of people on that card. So there's a lot of people counting on me to get this collateral kill. It is my destiny. Okay, there's not nearly as many people. Wait. Yes! Okay, it was a collateral. But think of how long I had to just sit there and wait for a collateral opportunity. I hate that about the Machina. I love the collateral aspect of it, but goddamn, I hate the waiting. What movies am I excited to see in 2024? Man, I don't even know what movies are coming out in 2024. That's such a get for short circuit spamming on the payload card. Yeah, fuck. That's such a get for being a spy. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, an opportunity and an investment. And it's just like, I mentioned this in my script. I would be so much happier with like less overall damage for a faster charge if it meant I could get collaterals more often. Like, I don't even like the extra damage stat. There it did literally nothing for me. That scout didn't look overhealed to me. Oh, hi there. Deadpool versus Wolverine has a chance of being good. Hmm. See, I'm over here having no faith in Marvel, right? Like, no faith and basically no interest. I am not at all ashamed to admit that my interest in the MCU completely died after Guardians 3. That's all I cared about, and now it's over, and I don't care anymore. Tell me why made by the Life is Strange devs. I did not play that. What the? Mysterious. What is the bonus damage scale as it charges until at 100% it reaches the full 15%? I still wouldn't like it. Like, it's a principle thing of just bonus damage on a sniper rifle in general, I feel like is a stupid stat. Because that only matters for body shots. The only situations where it matters for headshots, like, I'm actually going to need to get footage of these, so, like, a couple of you might have to hop into a walkway server with me. Just so I can get footage for this, because I'm never going to get it organically. If I'm not mistaken, the only situations where the extra damage on headshots matters is a fully overhealed heavy who is currently revved up using the Natasha or the Brass Beast, which I actually do have a clip of, but that was when I was recording earlier today. It is when a fully overhealed heavy is being healed by the vaccinator, but the vaccinator medic is not using his uber charge. He just has the bullet resistance, like the passive bullet resistance on the heavy, like 10%. Or it's when a heavy is holding out the Fist of Steel, but he's not overhealed. Ow. What a shot. He was very far away from me. Lets you headshot heavies faster? Not really, because the on the current Machina, it only on the current Machina it only gives you extra damage when you are 100% fully charged. And even then, it's like who cares? Really, who cares? Extra damage on sniper rifle headshots is like the last thing sniper needs. So it only matters on body shots. And like I mentioned this in my script that it's this almost paradoxical situation where even though going for headshots is always going to be better, if you don't go for body shots with the Machina, then it's like, why are you even using it? Because there's no benefit for hitting headshots that you get from the Machina unless you get a collateral. Unless you get a collateral multi-headshot, there is no benefit to hitting headshots with the Machina. You may as well just be using any other sniper rifle. Nice. Yeah, just extra damage at all times. God, that would suck. I'd hate that. Let the Machina bounce off the walls? Oh god, no. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, the Machina reskin is the one that disintegrates. You know, I may as well use a bit of the shooting star. I did mention in the script that I don't have a kill streak Machina, but I do now have the kill streak shooting star. Let's see if I can actually get a kill with this thing. Oh, geez, hi there. There we go. I tried. Each bounce reduces the damage for balancing reasons. I still think that's kind of dumb. Because again, it's hit scan. Like, a ricocheting projectile is already pretty... Ricocheting hit scan is just like, it's instant. Unless you were to somehow convert, like, the shots into projectiles once they became ricochets, I just can't see this conceptually working. Oh, hi there. Ah. What did you miss? A lot of complaining about Avatar The Last Airbender on Netflix. Ugh. Well, at the very least, I've gotten quite a lot of work done today. And I'm actually beginning to feel somewhat tired at a decent hour. My sleep schedule has been garbage. I don't know how many of you saw the Upon Further Review podcast I was in. Like, God, was it yesterday? I was up at like 4 a.m. and I had been up for a while. Yeah, The Flash is an obscure 50-year-old IP. The Flash had a wonderful film come out recently starring Ezra Miller, and everyone loved it. Didn't everyone love the last pathetic gasps of the DCEU? Flash and babies. Hey, he does like them young after all. Lest we forget. Yeah, isn't Flashpoint like the only Flash story that literally anyone ever adapts? Like, I don't know much about the Flash, but that much I know about. Ow. Just had Aquaman 2 in December. Yeah, I did say gasps. There are multiple gasps. I would fucking love to be able to no scope right now. Oh, but he's got health back anyway. Yeah. No. I don't know why I flipped over there. It is a pretty sweet. Just wanted to pop in and tell you that I've learned a lot from watching all your reviews and commentaries, and I appreciate the knowledge it's given me as a player. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Oh, Jesus. Ow, my back. Yeah. Damn. And again, this is why I just don't like the Machina, because, like, that is my best strategy right now, which is just, like, hang way the fuck back and just charge up shot after shot. Be in such a position where it's like, I am safe enough to charge up shots, because every shot has to be charged up in order for me to justify using this thing. Isn't Injustice just everyone turns evil because the fuck it? Damn. Okay. I meant to do that. Oh, everyone but Batman. Of course. I know in that shitty new fucking Suicide Squad game, Wonder Woman is like the only one who doesn't turn evil. And when she dies, they're all like respectful to her and shit. And then they piss on the Flash. Part of Wonder Woman's powers in the comics. Isn't it like mind control that's making them all evil? So it's like she's immune to that then? Yeah, wow, this is agony. Please scramble. I thought it was just me having these problems, but nope, that's a scoreboard, all right. No, they literally... Captain Boomerang whips his dick out and pisses on the Flash. And everyone compliments how big his dick is. Man, I really wish I could no-scope. You really wanted to kill me. Nice. Oh yeah, and Poison Ivy's a literal child now? That's weird. Wow, that was the closest range headshot I think I've ever gotten. Or leaving hits on her? Oh, that's creepy. That's double creepy. Doesn't need Bruce Wayne to build him a flash suit. That's kind of the thing that Tony Stark ended up doing in the MCU a lot, huh? Especially with like Spider-Man and all that. Damn it. I'm gonna get you one of these jump Spy-Chungus. Really? The fucking millisecond I decide this mini's going... I swear to God, you were the most desperate scout in the world. We got the Museum of People in Spawn. Man. bit. Ouch. Oh my lord. I can't no scope! Man, you're a punk ass bitch. Oh, I never played any of the Arkham games, so I just kind of assumed that, like, that Poison Ivy and Harley were just the way they always were in other universes, basically. Other adaptations. I love not being able to leave spawn. This is such a fun game. Whoever says that Uncle Topia players scramble too much has just, like, completely brain rotted these people, because now they just never want to scramble even when it's like 3-0 and we have not been able to leave spawn or capture the point like once. Don't even fucking try. I don't even know why they made it, like, Arkham related. It seems like it has nothing to do with anything, and all it does is just ruin that game's canon. Or ruin that series of games canon. Anyway, I'm gonna jump to Tiara Walkway really quick. Do I have a Tiara Walkway? I don't believe I do. Oh wait. Yeah, I do not need users playing. Let's go on this one. Ow. Alright, let's switch to regular Machina for the sake of clarity with the footage. Alright, so I need 2 people to come into this server. I'm hoping that I'll actually be able to test this out properly. It's not a bad weapon academy on the Machina, because I don't think that the Machina is a bad weapon. Like, in 90, I want to say 90% of circumstances, it's basically just the stock sniper rifle, which is obviously a very good weapon. But my issue with the Machina is that I don't know why it exists, because its upsides are so just like they are so situational. The upsides are incredibly situational, and the I think the downsides matter more than people think. Yeah, the working title for this video is just like, I don't like the Machina. Okay, Here, I'll hop on blue team. There we go. Oh, wait, yeah, you need to be overhealed. Should we get another person in here? We're on, Training for Victory SF2. So I'm guessing that's San Francisco. I'm gonna need a medic to heal Spy Chungus here. That is a nice brass beast, though. Anyone can join. It doesn't matter who. The Machina. I never asked for this. You know what? That would be good for the thumbnail, at least. Actually, Spy Chungus, while you are here, it would be useful for you to switch to the Fists of Steel. Okay, we got Fan Scout connecting. There, I kill you. Now switch to the Fists of Steel so that I'm gonna shoot you with the Fists of Steel. Good. Good. Alright. Does it actually work with the chocolate bar? I want to see. Okay, so it does matter with the Fists of Steel. Just not with the chocolate bar too. But then that does mean I'm going to need to see you, actually die to it. So yeah, basically any overheal at all on a Fist of Steel Heavy will just completely ruin the Machina. God, how long does the fucking Delocus bar last? Okay, his overheal is wearing off now. There we go. Alright, Fan Scout's finally connected. Okay, yeah. So we got the overhealed Brass Beast Heavy, who's currently revved up. Yep. Matters there. And now we need you to go Vaccinator. That is a lot of medics. Okay, one of you could go Vaccinator. All three of you healing him doesn't help me. What is this? I need footage. I need footage to prove the very few use cases in which the force, or not the force in nature, the Machina's extra damage on headshots actually matters. Okay, now one of you go heavy. I just need a heavy. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now don't rev up. Don't rev up because that's gonna ruin this probably. No. Okay, keep you. No, not the chocolate bar. Wait, no, because it doesn't matter because you're being overhealed anyway. Okay, unrev. Unrev. Okay. It matters there. Those are the three situations where it actually matters. And then on body shots, I think the only situations are body shotting a vaccinator medic healing with the bullet resistance, which, yep. And then also a pain train demo man. So if I could get a pain train demo man in here, I'd be greatly appreciative of that. But it's got to be pain train without the booties. What about Dead Ringer? I have no idea if that matters, actually. Well, let's find out. What? Well, that looked like it mattered. Okay, don't heal him. Don't heal him. I'm okay, you. What? What? There we go. Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's being overkilled by a vaccinator medic. Oh yeah, the Claymore. Stop healing him! Stop healing him! So yeah, the Claymore also matters. At least on Hybrid Knight. Does it matter on the Power Jack? No. Headshots and fully charged body shots on the Power Jack always matter. Oh. See? Why does the Claymore matter? Because the Claymore has a damage vulnerability. This is the control footage. I mean, what is... I don't know what you're trying to prove. Yeah, 173. I did see the Fist of Steel heavy, and it can. That is like one of the few times it actually matters. Two-shot a Wrangled Mini? I don't think it can. I think I actually shot a Wrangled Mini earlier today. It did like 41, but you can give it a shot. No, 56. Okay, so it can two-shot a Wrangled Mini. However, you do have to wait 6 seconds to do it. And the engineer can do a couple of things in those 6 seconds. I feel like one-shot thresholds are more important for a sniper rifle. Two-shot thresholds doesn't matter as much. But even then, like, as far as actually passing lethal thresholds on body shots, like, that's still super situational. It's mostly just for, like, people who are already injured. Or are just gonna die to chip damage really quickly afterwards anyway. What use do I see for the sharpened volcano fragment? Mostly as a combo starter for, like, flare guns. 173 to 50 on a battalion soldier. I guess that's something. Again, that's something I find way more useful with, like... Okay, well, first of all, you're getting auto-healed. Yeah, like, a combo starter for things like the flare gun or the Dragon's Fury. That's pretty much where I see the sharpened volcano fragment having literally any use whatsoever. If the damage bonus was 20%, then I would hate it even more. I do not like the fact that it has a damage bonus at all. I think that's dumb. Because again, the only way that the damage bonus actually matters is if you hit body shots. And if you're just going for fucking body shots over and over again, then that's stupid. That sucks. That is the lamest way to play Sniper, and people already hate playing against Sniper enough. What should the Machina do instead? I say go all in on the collaterals. That's the, like, that is the best part of the weapon and the part that everyone loves. I say just go all in on that. Mini crit damage? Fuck. I don't know. Being mini crit boosted with like a fully charged Machina body shot, I feel like that's super fucking... That's super niche. For fuck's sake. And it's gone. Each collateral adds damage. No, just like have that be the focal point of the weapon design. Oh, well, you've got the fucking... Yeah, 233. Which is a lot, but like again, it's such a niche situation that I don't know, it's... I don't know exactly how valuable that is. Alright, well, I think that's all the control footage I should need. I appreciate you all for helping me get that, even if it was a bit chaotic. Because yeah, like getting that footage naturally is just something that's never going to happen for me. So can penetrate damage resistances. That would be at least something of an upside, I guess. I mean, that's still a pretty situational upside, but it's like I'd appreciate it more than something like just the damage bonus at all. I just think that's really dumb. In any case, though, hey, we started the stream like 15 minutes late, and now we're ending it right about on time. So hopefully I'll have that, hopefully I will have that Machina video out for you soon. Oh, I'm actually quite tired. Yeah, make the Machina's bullets travel faster. It was good to stream again. That felt good. I felt like myself again for the first time in a while, and I really appreciate that, and I'm glad you guys were here with me. So yeah, I'm gonna go. I got shit to do and sleep to sleep. And yeah. Hope y'all have a good one.